That was Mr. Rifke.
Correct.
All right. Who's next, Ms. Wilson? Anyone? Ms. Wanji's here.
No, are we ready on hats? Okay.
Up on YouTube. All right. So let's go on the record in docket 24-00908. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Emma Hatz. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Good morning, Your Honor, Melanie Wanji for Ms. Katz, who's standing by my side.
And ma'am, you are Emma Louise Hatz, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
I would defer, Your Honor.
Ms. Wanji.
You know, I think that we already waived the 21 days.
You did.
Ask for another adjournment so that we can work on negotiation.
All right, so I have an adjournment, and then there was some discussion of a specialty court, and then a joint request for adjournment on April 26th. And that's when the waiver of the 21-day rule. Ms. Wanji, any objection to the adjournment today?
Yeah, I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, all right. So we'll reset the preliminary examination for negotiation purposes. As discovery, Ms. Wanji, do you have discovery in this matter?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. We reset for negotiations. And what's the time frame we're looking at? Because it's getting a little older, the case.
We could do 3 weeks.
3 weeks? That might catch us.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see. June, okay, June 21st at 8:30. Thank you, Ms. Wanji. All right, so we'll be back on June 21st at 8:30. The same bond conditions apply. Anything else for the record in 24-00908? Ms. Wilson.
Half of the people.
Ms. Wanji. All right, Ms. Hatz, I will see you on June 21st.
No.
Sam, could you wait till I get your court notes? Just sit there till I get your notes.
Does Anna Jones have representation today?
She does not, and I believe she's currently in bench warrant status from not appearing at the probable cause conference.
That's good because I don't have her file.
Oh, I think we're ready on Jakaris Bradley.
Mr. Bradley. And is Mr. Bradley represented by Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter, yeah.
And I have an appearance. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01051. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Jakaris Bradley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Carter.
May it please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Mr. Bradley, who is not present. He's incarcerated and he was writted over to the 30th Circuit for a hearing this afternoon. The reason why I wanted to have the case called as soon as possible is I'm fully prepared to run the preliminary exam. And and it's my understanding that perhaps the people don't have a witness, I'd be asking for dismissal of the charge. But since my client isn't here, if the prosecutor was going to ask for an adjournment, I'd object to it and ask the court to make a phone call to get my guy transported here because I'm ready and prepared to go, and he's only over a block or two away.
All right, so we know where he is. He's in circuit court. We had on May 4th, we had the prior hearing in which Mr. Carter was just appointed conflict counsel and that he waived his 21-day rule on May 4th. So it was reset for today's date. Ms. Wilson, your response to Mr. Carter concerning the preliminary examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do not have the complaining witness here today. I cannot proceed without her. I won't get into why she's not here because I simply don't have the proof to get into it today. But I guess I'll leave it to the court's discretion.
I guess my position is this: does the prosecutor, if I ask for you to make a phone call to get my client here and then ask for dismissal on the record in his presence, do they intend to refile?
Do you intend to? That's an interesting
Yeah,
question.
Because I'm trying to avoid coming back.
Correct.
Right,
I
that's-
absolutely agree with that.
That,
If this is going to end up in a refile, then Mr. Carter, there's a purposeful request for adjournment. If
correct.
this is not going to end up in a refiling,
There,
then that's also a purposeful request for dismissal.
can we approach real quick?
Sure.
Okay.
Based on the conference at the bench, I'd ask the court to waive my client's personal appearance. I'd ask for dismissal.
All right. We know where your client is. He's in circuit court. And we know that the people at this point don't know if there's they don't know if they can refile or not. They don't know if that's a possibility at this point in time. Ms. Wilson, any objection to the waiver of the appearance since we know that Mr. Bradley's in circuit court at another hearing?
No objection, Your Honor. I did see that he was double scheduled today, so I
Okay.
was anticipating that this
Right.
might be an issue.
All right. Well, and it appears that the people, and rightfully so for any reason, based on the conversation at the bench and the conversation that was made on the record, are simply do not know at this point in time if they're able to proceed. So I'm going to grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice. Prejudice. With the understanding, Mr. Carter, that you had no answer to your question. So they may refile, they may not refile. It appears that if they do refile, it will be over the course of some time because some more investigation has to be done on the case. There was some question whether the complaining victim is on board or not, depending. Which is not new to the court. But we'll grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice, which means, of course, that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in docket 24-01051? Ms. Wilson,
Not for the people.
Mr. Carter,
Not.
you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
If I could have just a second, Your Honor. Oh, you are, okay. Yeah. I'm
We're
not-
on the record in docket 24-00888. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Zachary Newby. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson to the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Melania Duangi for Mr. Nugent.
All right, thank you. And sir, you are Zachary Newby, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination. It was previously started on May 4th. It appears that examination started, witness conflict counsel still has to be appointed. So,
No, I'm actually appointed to represent the witness.
oh, okay. And it was for the witness, right?
Yes,
All right.
when did that happen?
While I was on vacation.
Right. So Mr. Carter is involved in the witness.
And I have talked to her, if you want to go on to another case and I can let the prosecutor know what the intentions are or
Yeah,
to
let's
give
do
her some
that.
time, because
Yeah.
I think we caught her off guard. I
Yes.
didn't realize she
Oh,
did
I'm
that.
sorry. I
No,
thought-
no, you're totally fine.
All right. So we'll adjourn 24-00888. Let the prosecutor talk to counsel and then we'll call the case.
Yes.
And then Ms. Wilson, you probably want,
Yeah, if I could just have a
all
second.
right. Yeah.
I thought it was this.
No, I had no idea. I was surprised as well.
You may. How are you, Mr. White? It's good to see you.
You gonna be playing in the golf round this week?
I don't know. I have a throat surgery. Nothing major. Minor, yeah. But yeah, but it's scheduled for right in that 2-week period, and there's gonna be some recovery time. I'm thinking of moving it to October because it's less, because the summer's summer.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna be decide, I'm not gonna make that decision.
If you decide to go grab Hillman, Hillman's like, I saw him the other day.
Did you really?
I haven't played in a couple of years. I said, well, what you need is you need.
Right.
With a height requirement.
No, he would fit perfectly in that. In the past, I've gotten, there's a kid who played golf at Indiana
Okay,
named Christian, and
yeah.
he hits the ball differently. His dad was a golf pro and he played, but so he's played, and then I've gotten whoever, because I know him.
Yeah.
But I know Rick, I've known Rick for years.
Yeah, sure.
That's a great recommendation.
Yeah.
All right.
That's funny. I know. It's always interesting to see who assembles what ring.
Yeah, yep. What rigor is set for? That's true.
Yeah. I know. I go out and provide a little entertainment and then I try to get 3 golfers.
Exactly. I'm there for putting. So we started that, and then we must withdraw.
Yeah.
No, we started in April, and then we appointed, and then we had to appoint conflict counsel. So you're right. It was started.
When you
in
said
April.
that, I was like, I looked at my paperwork. Oh, man, I really missed it. I should have become
Sonia Lee.
Cena and Joel here in the blueberry.
I'm like, this is gonna be the same.
No, maybe he's.
Okay.
For the witness. Just
All right.
Do you need security here on this?
I don't think so.
You good?
Yeah. Yeah, he is. That's who.
I mean, I think that's what we needed. I'll get back.
I saw him near the elevator.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is Mr. White stepped out?
He
the
was
next
just
one.
here and he left. So are you calling Mr. Harrington?
Not today.
That's-
So since I didn't know Mr. Carter was on the case, I told my officer that this was gonna be an adjournment,
All right,
and Ms. Wanji has not done her cross on him yet.
all right, so it's,
So I think we're gonna adjourn so we can do everything together.
okay,
And, unfortunately, when you represent a witness, you don't file an appearance, so she would.
right, she wouldn't know.
Right.
Cross on, so Wanji has not done the cross on Harrington.
We haven't finished direct on Harrington. I've done direct on my officer. Ms. Wanji hasn't done cross on Ms. Harrington or my officer.
Okay, and is that Lena?
Zena.
Once Wanji gets here, we can call that, put that on the record.
And then, Mr. Risper is in custody, but that's gonna be a request for an adjournment. I don't know if we want to just waive his presence and.
I would be willing to waive his presence. We've already discussed it with him. We substituted in like,
The problem is that nobody talks to him and then the jail
Oh,
has to feel.
Well,
nobody.
let's bring him up because
okay.
he's waived his 21-day
Yes, he
right.
has. Yeah,
Let's go ahead and bring him up. We'll have
Okay.
Sean bring him up and then we can put it on the record.
okay.
was he here?
He should be.
Okay.
Yeah.
thought he was-
'cause
I hope he's here.
It's-
thought he was
it was
zooming in,
scheduled
but-
for a prelim,
I show he's,
I mean, he's in custody.
Right.
If he's not here,
he's downstairs.
he's not on the
but he
run.
was only in custody as of like last week, so I wasn't sure.
So we'll have Sean go get Mr.
Where did Sean go?
He went to. probation.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Aaron White. I think we're ready on duty.
On newbie.
Oh, I knew it would have been that quick. I would have just saved the rest of the run.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24008888. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Zachary Newby. Parties have indicated their appearance for the record. It's my understanding that, and then I'll let council make a record. It's my understanding that we were appointing a conflict counsel. That's why we're here last time on May 4th. And Mr. Carter was appointed. So Mr. Carter, your appearance for the record.
May it please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Ms. Harrington, and I was appointed to represent her based on a Fifth Amendment right issue.
Correct.
And because she doesn't fall under the case, and I've done this several times with representing witnesses, I don't file an appearance. So I didn't realize that the prosecutor did not know that Ms. Harrington was represented. Otherwise, I would have reached out to her.
No worries. That's a fair statement, Ms. Wilson, that you didn't know if conflict counsel was appointed. So you were uncertain whether to keep witnesses on for today.
That's correct.
And that's your understanding, Ms. Wanji, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and I apologize also because I'm blocked for Miss the witness, Mr. Harrington, so I
Right.
cannot see her file.
Right.
And the assistant, I tried to know if there was someone, nobody answered me, so
All
I
right.
wouldn't also answer the question.
So my understanding is that we've started the prelim. Mr. Lena still has to go under cross-examination. Is that correct? And then part of direct and cross still has to be done on Ms. Harrington. And Mr. Carter, have you had the opportunity? I don't know if you've had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Harrington concerning some of her Fifth Amendment
Oh,
rights.
I have.
You have? Okay. All right. So with that understanding, I think we reschedule so that we have everybody here. And the hard part is probably Mr. Carter's schedule, but we're going to reschedule I'm going to indicate that the 24-day was previously, let's see. Now, this has been adjourned for just cause.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, so
'Cause we
this
were
is
waiting
adjourned
on-
for just cause. We're still at the same point where we're still making sure that conflict counsel. So I'm going to reschedule and I'll adjourn for additional just cause, just so Mr. Newby doesn't waive any rights today. Okay. I'm going to place adjourn for just cause today. but we'll have to, we've already started the prelim, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, he's already started his prelim. So. And how many, let's get some dates, okay? So let's get a couple of dates and then we can go from there.
June 21st at 9.
June 21st at 9,
What date? Sorry.
June 21st at 9. But does that work with Mr. Carter's schedule? I know he may have some.
I think that will work.
All right. So let's strike while the iron's hot and go June 21st at 9 a.m. We've already started this prelim on April 18th. We have conflict counsel. So I will expect all the hearing to go, and we will finish on that date. All right, anything else for the record in 24-00-888? We've reset it for June 21st at 9 a.m. to finish the prelim that's previously been started. Anything else, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Carter?
Not for me.
All right, Ms. Wanji?
Just 1 minute, Fiona. I'm just, I'm looking at. I think I have a jury trial that day.
You have a jury trial that day? I knew that was too good to be true.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's see if we can find another date.
June 27th at 8:30 or 1:30.
June 27th at 8:30 or 1:30.
I'm good either way.
All right, so let's go with June 27th at 8:30 for the preliminary, for the continuation of preliminary examination. And you have that date, Ms. Wilson?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. So if that June 27th at 8:30 works for all the parties, I will see everybody on that date on 24-00-888. Sir, you're PR bonded, so you're out right now. That's correct, but you're still under the same bond conditions. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record on 24-00-888? Mr. Carter, Ms. Wilson, or Ms. Wanchi?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
No,
You're all
thank you.
set. Here's my notes from that. Mr.
I learned that the last time I was here.
I don't, did Sean go get
He was with Mr. Whisper.
Mr. Whisper? All right.
Yeah, I knew that was no longer.
Do you want anything,
It's in
anybody
custody.
else brought
Yeah.
up after
Um,
Mr. Whisper?
me confer with Ms. Robinson real quick.
I think almost all the rest of them are in custody except
I think
for
so.
Wheeler.
Can you,
Is there a Swahili interpreter here? There is.
he is for the 9 o'clock, Mr.
Musingo?
In my case, Judge, I'm pinch hitting.
Yes.
All right. So are you here on Mr. Musingo?
No, Judge. Yes, Mr. Musingo.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a choice. Oh, one of my.
And is that the interpreter, Mr. Musingo?
And that'll be a waiver
So.
All right.
for time purposes.
I don't feel like it's gonna be third on the circuit with her. So that's, I'll leave it to you, but you want it, if you just wants to waive today. Or what else. Is there any sort of? It would have to be a global with whatever's going on. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Then Ms. Wilson, I think Mr. Musingo and the interpreter they're gonna waive today.
It's my understanding.
All right. So are you ready to go, Mr. Freeman?
Yes, Judge.
He's in
He's in
custody.
line.
Oh, he's in
Yeah.
custody.
Yeah.
We'll bring him up next
Yeah.
after Mr. Whisper.
Okay. Okay. I mean, if he leaves now. Cause I have it.
Mr. Palmer, you're here on Miss Wheel, Janisha Wheeler?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
She's here present in the courtroom, and I also have
All right,
Martin Hodges, who's in
All right.
custody.
All right.
Then we'll see you this afternoon.
And then you have Mr. Woodley
Oh,
this
for a
afternoon.
minute.
For a hot second.
Mr. Milks is on that.
Ah,
We were supposed to file an amended appearance, because that's the one where I allegedly am a
Covered
witness
for him?
in my
Oh,
own, my
that's
own client's case. Yeah.
I forgot you were a witness in that.
At the very least, he's on security footage.
I might be.
Listen. What I'm understanding is that you just literally do, you were like.
Yes. Yep. Minus that.
KIs.
Did you get that? Spell it one more time, just,
Yeah. My first name is Basil Bambiaki, Bazil. Then my last name is Banvuyiaki.
thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications, so help you God under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. So you just let me know if I need to slow down, okay?
Yes.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 24000170. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen A. Freeman, Assistant Public Defender, appearing for purposes of this morning's hearing on behalf of Mr. Musingo.
And sir, you are Jack Musingo?
Yes.
Basil Bambiaki.
Okay, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a waiver of the exam.
Is that a fair statement? So you can go ahead and interpret. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Freeman?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
And there is an offer to be placed on the record that is open until pretrial in circuit court.
You can interpret that. And the offer extended until pretrial at circuit court. Go ahead. And what's the nature of that offer?
Is plea to one of the counts, and the people have no objection to HYTA status if eligible.
And that's your understanding, Mr. Freeman?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Freeman, may I inquire of your client of his waiver of the preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Musingo, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination today? A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You were represented today by attorney Stephen Freeman. And he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is my understanding it is your wish to waive your right to a preliminary examination. An offer has been extended and will be available until the pretrial in circuit court. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination? Yes. Okay. Did the people also waive their right to preliminary examination?
The people unconditionally waive the right.
All right. I find the waiver of the preliminary examination to be knowing, voluntarily, and understandingly made. And then, Sean, if you'll assist me, I'll have each party sign the bind over documentation. Thank you, Sean. Right, I'm in possession of the bind over documentation on 2400-170. Sir, Mr. Interpreter, you had the opportunity to read some of the documentation and have Mr. Musingo sign it. Is that correct?
Yes.
You want to explain that? Anything else before I sign the bind over documentation on docket 2400-170?
Your Honor, does he have a bond set on this matter?
Bond is set at 5,000 PR on this case.
Okay, so he has been in custody in Clinton for some time. I don't know if defense counsel wants to request some
So,
kind of cash surety.
Something to, so he starts getting credit?
Your Honor, I did not realize it was the form was personal recognizance. Is that right?
Yeah, I have a 5,000 PR bond, so if he's on another case, he should start collecting any credit.
Yes. Is the court aware of another case or
In
counsel?
Clinton County.
Yeah, there must be a case in Clinton.
He just pled to a case in Clinton County and he was remanded over
But
there.
let's have the interpreter explain that to him. So he's on bond on he's in another county and he's got a hold on him. We just want to make sure he's getting all the credit for the time.
In that light, then I would move for a $5,000 10% bond, if that would please the court.
No, any objection? Okay. So I'm going to set bond at 5,000, 10%, the modified bond. And with that, he'll be getting credit for any time he's here and on both cases. You can explain that to him.
I figured you didn't, that's why I brought it up.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else to come to the court's attention, Mr. Freeman?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So your time in district court is done. You'll be bound over to circuit court on the charges, and that's where negotiations are continue. And there's an offer that is left open till the pretrial. All right, I will sign the bond over documentation accordingly, and we should be all set. That's all for the record in 2400-170. Thank you, Ms. Wilson, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
And thank you for your assistance, Stacey.
We can bring up Pitcher next.
Pitcher? Timothy Pitcher?
Yes.
He's gonna take you down. I might take so we'll take a brief recess and then let you regroup. Well, we're gonna bring up Pitcher.
Yep.
You can bring up Walker too. It's gonna be a waiver.
Okay.
I don't know if we can bring them up at the same time.
I don't know if
but-
they can.
I will state, Your Honor, I would like because I left it as unsure and I'm not sure.
Want some time to talk to
If I
Mr.
could
Pitcher?
very
Sure,
briefly
absolutely.
come
Just let
down.
me know when you're ready.
That's very good. Thank you.
Hodges will also be a waiver.
And
All
he's
right.
also in custody.
Yeah. He's also in custody. He has witnesses at home.
She isn't responding. I'm guessing she's at work, so that'll be a no.
Well, we can-
All right, so just let me know and we'll bring Pitcher up next.
Okay, all right. Okay, yeah.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24011428. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Timothy Pitcher. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
How's it going?
Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder, on behalf of Mr. Pitcher, who is present and standing to my right.
And sir, you are Timothy Lee Pitcher, is that correct?
Sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a waiver of the exam. And the offer that has remained open until pretrial and circuit is a plea to count one. Upon successful plea and sentencing, the balance of the complaint would be dismissed.
That would include the habituals.
Yes, yeah.
The offer is placed on the record and it's open until circuit court pretrial. Is that correct? Is that a fair statement, Ms. Schroeder?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of his waiver of the preliminary examination?
You may, Your Honor.
Mr. Pitcher, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination today. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by Attorney Aaron Schroeder, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It's my understanding it is your wish to waive your right to a preliminary examination. An offer has been placed on the record and will be available to you up until the circuit court pretrial. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination? And Ms. Wilson, do the people also waive their right to preliminary examination?
The people unconditionally waive their right.
All right, with the.
Your Honor, may I
Go
make
ahead.
a brief record?
Sure.
If I may, sorry for interrupting the court.
No worries.
There was a discovery issue that came up last week regarding some additional video. I did make a additional demand to the prosecutor's office. They did, Ms. Wilson did confirm they received that, but they had not gotten the video yet. I have spoken back and forth several times with Mr. Pitcher regarding this video. He is understanding we still do not have that video, but it is still his desire after counsel that he wants to waive and continue pursuing that particular issue in circuit court.
All right, and by placing it on the record, you've preserved at this time that there's an ongoing discovery request in regards to the video.
Yes, Your Honor, and that Mr. Pitcher, I just would like him to acknowledge that I have counseled him regarding that video, and he has made of his own choosing the choice to waive it this time, as opposed to waiving the timeline to waive the video.
All right, so Mr. Pitcher, just in order to be on the record, there is an ongoing discovery request in this matter. It is still your wish to waive your right to a prelim today. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, with that understanding, I will make available to the council bind over documentation, and then we will put the rest on the record.
Yeah, 10 of them. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. All right, so I'm in possession of the bind over documentation on 24011428. I'll indicate that the examination has been waived on today's date. Before I sign the bind over documentation, anything else for the record in docket 24011428, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Schroeder?
Not for the defense, thank you.
All right, Mr. Pitcher, your time in district court is done. This case will be bound over to circuit court as charged, and you'll get your next date from Ms. Schroeder, your attorney. With that understanding, that completes the preliminary examination and bind over. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and then I will.
And then if we could bring up Walker.
My
Mr. Walker.
Yeah.
later today.
Yeah.
I'll try to look.
And then if we want to do Holmes, it's probably gonna be a dismissal.
All right.
He is in custody, so I think Mr. Starks is willing to waive his appearance.
We can do Mr. Holmes.
See custody.
He is.
Yeah, but
So am I bringing up Holmes or Walker?
Walker,
Walker.
you're bringing up Walker. I think we can do, if you're willing to waive his appearance
Fine,
today,
no.
then Mr. Sarks can talk to his client.
I'm assuming he has no objection to it.
No, you're
All
right.
right.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. I'll go talk.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24013116. That's people, the state of Michigan versus Vincent Holmes. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson, people.
Mr. Sarks.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Sartz, the fourth assistant public defender here on behalf of Mr. Holmes. I'm waiving Mr. Holmes' appearance for these proceedings.
Any objection to the waiver of Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes in custody right now, as we know. Any objection to waiving Mr. Holmes' appearance for purposes of this prelim?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I will set for the record that we previously adjourned this matter for good cause. The complaining victim was at work. I indicated that she should come by today's date to confirm that we're going to run the prelim. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. So I did have contact with the complaining witness after the last exam and informed her of the new date. She did inform me that there was going to be potentially a work conflict, and she would let me know. She never got back to me. My witness advocate this morning did call her and she confirmed she was at work today. So she is not here. I cannot proceed without her. I expect a motion from the defense.
All right, Mr. Sarks.
As we move to dismiss at this time, Your Honor, defense is prepared, able to proceed. The people are unable to proceed at this time. We move to dismiss.
All right. So I'm going to grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice. Appears that the plaintiff's unable to proceed today. The complaining victim has been contacted and for over the last 2 times has not addressed her subpoena. And so, Mr. Sarts, if you grab that off the printer, that will be to me to grant your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna give you a new job description there. So I'm in possession of a nollie pros or order of acquittal on 24013116. The case is the motion to dismiss is granted without prejudice. Of course, I'll leave that to explain to Mr. Holmes that is dismissed without prejudice. This could be reissued if the people choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your
And
Honor.
you'll explain that to Mr. Holmes.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the record, docket 24013116, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Sarts?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set, thank you. Sure. Holmes.
And then after Walker, if we could do Wheeler, it is going to be a prelim that finishes. I just have one witness, I
All right.
believe. He is retired, so he's not being paid for his time here today.
All right, and then how about Mr. Hodges?
Mr. Hodges is in custody
That's a
and
waiver.
that's
That's a
gonna be a
waiver,
waiver,
okay,
yeah.
that you told me that. So we'll do Walker, we'll finish Wheeler.
Mhm.
And then we can bring up Hodges. And then, Ms. Wilson, if you want to place both of those pens,
Oh,
just for anybody who needs them,
yeah,
we'll put them by the podium.
thank you.
They grow legs.
They do, they grow legs.
That's how I was
That's okay.
looking underneath.
That's okay, as long as they're being used. I
There's
don't,
usually one down there. That's why I was looking. It's like, oh, man.
is that somebody on our docket?
I don't recognize that. My,
Sir, would you please identify yourself from the Ingham County Jail Post? Yeah. All right, say it again, sir.
Jeffrey Barnett.
Mr. Barnett.
I think he's in the wrong courtroom.
I think he is. What, do you know what judge you're supposed to be in front of, sir?
This family court.
What, how do you spell your first name and we'll look it up?
Devery.
Deery?
Devery.
DeBerry.
Yeah,
Devery.
Every,
yeah.
Devery.
in what case is it? He's not in front of us.
Not that I'm aware of.
It sounded like he said he was supposed to be in front of family court.
That's what he said.
Yeah, he's not.
So I don't think he's in the
nothing
right building.
district court.
So I don't.
Oh, he does have a file, but it's closed. What? So he did have a file here.
Okay,
He's had a lot.
Let's hold him in jail.
yeah.
He's in jail for something.
Oh, hang on, let's look him up on the Joe website.
Probably this.
Stand by. I think you're in the wrong
Probably this
courtroom, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna check to see what court you should be in front of.
I think he's supposed to be.
Hold on, let me go get the debt. They said I'm in the wrong courtroom. You supposed to be, you gotta tell them.
I think you're supposed to be in front of Judge Aquilina in Circuit Court.
Huh?
I think you're supposed to be in front of Judge Aquilina in Circuit Court. So you might want to tell that to the deputy.
Judge Aquilina Circuit Court, I'm already sentenced for her.
I got nothing.
Yeah, we don't have you on the docket. We're trying to figure out what court you should be in. Did you say family court?
Yeah,
Yeah, family court.
with Cindy Downer. Or Judge Brown.
Brown.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to be in front of the referee, Peter Brown.
Peter Brown.
Yeah, I think so, but I know you're not in our district court. So you might want to tell the deputy that you need to be in front of family court referee Brown.
All right.
That is People of the State of Michigan versus Cameron Walker. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Karen Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Walker.
And sir, you are Cameron Walker, is that correct? Thank you. This is time set for preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is going to be a exam.
All right.
That's correct.
All right, so this is in a preliminary examination waiver. And is there any offer to be placed on the record or negotiations continue?
Negotiations would need to continue in circuit.
All right, so Ms. Robinson, may I inquire of your client of the waiver of the preliminary examination?
You may.
All right. Mr. Walker, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination today. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by attorney Erin Robinson. She would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It's my understanding it is your wish to waive your right to preliminary examination today and have negotiations continue in circuit court. Is it your wish to waive your right to a preliminary examination today?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Wilson, do the people also waive their right to a preliminary examination today?
The people unconditionally waive the right to an
All
exam.
right, I find the waiver of the preliminary examination to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And I'll provide the document, the bind over documentation. Thank you, Jamie. Let me find it. Here we go. There you go. Thank you. So I'm in possession of the bind over documentation on docket 24-01397. I'll indicate that the exam has been waived on today's date. And anything else to come to the court's attention before the court signs the bind over documentation, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm signing the bind over documentation. Sir, your time in district court is done. Be bound over to circuit court as charged on this file, and you'll get your next date in circuit court from your attorney, Ms. Robinson. All right, sir? That's all for the record in 24-01397. And then you can probably bring up Mr. Hodges and we'll start on Ms. Wheeler.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you.
And then we're going on wheat. I should have some notes on it.
Focus on if I can't get what I need from him, then I'll put that in.
because I was gonna have some issues with that.
I figured you would,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's,
That's why there's not a charge.
yes, there are some issues.
Yeah.
But if we're not addressing
Nope.
it, then I
Nope.
don't need to either.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00200. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Janisha Wheeler. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Palmer.
Thank you and good morning, Your Honor. Robert Palmer of the Public Defender's Office on behalf of Janisha Wheeler, who's standing to my right.
Ma'am, you are Janisha Wheeler, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a adjourned preliminary examination. This is the second date. Previously it was started on April 26, 2024. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have Officer Robert Forbes here that I intend to call. And then I believe Ms. Betty Wheeler is here as well. At this time, I don't intend to call her, but if I need to, then I will.
All right. Is that your understanding, Mr. Palmer?
That is my understanding, Your Honor. I will say that Betty Wheeler is my client's mother. She was present in the courtroom. She is not currently. I don't know where she went. I'm just saying that.
All right.
To be clear and transparent, I don't know where she went.
All right.
She was at the courtroom at one point.
All right. And so the council, the sequestration order stands. So council, let me know if anybody walks in, they shouldn't be listening to testimony. Council will let the court know, and then we will invoke the sequestration order again. So with that understanding, Ms. Wilson, are you ready to proceed with your next witness?
I am, Your Honor.
Oh, you may proceed.
People call Officer Robert Forbes.
All right.
And Your Honor, while we wait for him, I do have people's exhibits 1 through 4 that were previously admitted. May I republish?
You may.
Do you want to check?
Just to remember.
Yeah.
I remember that you.
They were previously admitted
That's correct.
on April 26th. And Officer Forbes, you can come up here. I'm gonna have you stand right there, and I'm gonna have you please state your name and spell your last name, spell both names for your record.
My name is Robert Forbes, ROBERT,
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat. Project as best you can, and the microphone is for recording purposes. Ms. Wilson, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess it's Mr. Forbes now. Are you currently employed?
I'm not.
And are you currently retired?
Yes.
What was your vocation before you were retired?
Lansing Police for 25 years.
All right. And back on October 19th of 2023, were you employed with Lansing Police?
Yes.
And what was your job title?
Uniform patrol.
And what were your general duties?
All encompassing from uniform patrol, responding to calls, primarily from whatever arises to call 911.
All right. And on that October 19th date, did you have occasion to be at 823 North MLK?
Yes.
And what was that in reference to?
The original, the original dispatch call was generated by our domestic violence crisis intervention team. And they requested a police escort to assist a female that was with the domestic violence advocates to get property from her home so that that person could relocate.
Okay. And when you arrived at that address, was there anybody there?
Yes.
Who was there?
There was 2 people there. One person is named Betty Wheeler. The other is Janisha Wheeler.
Okay. And at some point during your time there, was their identity obtained?
Yes.
Okay. And about how long would you say you were there?
Approximately an hour.
Okay. And did you spend any time with the person you described as Janisha Wheeler?
I did.
And did you get a good look at that person?
I did.
Do you see them here today?
I do.
Can you point them out and describe something they're wearing?
Yes, seated to my left, wearing a gray suit.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I would just request that the record reflect identification.
Any objection to the witness identifying the defendant, Mr. Palmer?
Not for the purposes of today's exam. Your
All
Honor.
right, for the purposes of prelim, the witness has identified the defendant. Ms. Wilson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Mr. Palmer, any cross-examination of Officer Forbes? Or retired, I should say, retired Forbes.
Yes, just a couple of very brief questions. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I did it again. Sorry. Good morning, sir. I just have a couple of brief questions. You were dispatched there for sort of a safety check, is that right? Or not, excuse me, not a safety check, for an individual to remove property.
That's right.
That's
yes.
fair?
Yes.
So to be clear, when you were dispatched there, there's not an ongoing emergency. You're just there as sort of an assistance to make sure that peace is maintained.
Exactly right.
And well, okay. When you arrived at the home, how many people were there? Do you remember? And if not, that's
I remember two.
Two. All right. And the two people being who?
Betty Wheeler and Janisha Wheeler.
Janisha Wheeler. All right. And you saw Miss Wheeler, Janisha Wheeler, there on scene, correct?
Yes.
And did you take a statement from her regarding this incident?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Mr. Palmer? may-
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for your appearance. You're all set.
Thank you, Judge.
Any additional proofs, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people, Your Honor. People rest.
People rest. Any proofs today, Mr. Palmer?
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Motion for bind over.
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant is currently charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 is a misdemeanor domestic violence offense, and there is a habitual offender notice. For the purposes of preliminary exam today, we're really only addressing count 1. There was testimony from Officer Bricker that he met with a Joanna Pereira at an address in Lansing, Ingham County, Michigan, and that she advised him that she had been assaulted by her girlfriend, Janisha Wheeler. She described that she had been hit, that her breathing had been constricted. Officer Bricker did see various marks on Ms. Pereira and take photos of them, which have been admitted as People's Exhibits 1 through 4. Ms. Pereira did inform Officer Bricker that this assault occurred at 823 North Martin Luther King, which is in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, Michigan. Officer Forbes, I believe the next day, made contact with the defendant at that home and was able to identify her as Janisha Wheeler here in the courtroom today. So I believe the elements of the offense have been met for bind over, and people will request bind over.
All right, and those, Officer Bricker's hearsay testimony from the victim was made pursuant to 768.27C.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Palmer, response to motion for bind over.
Thank you, Your Honor. I recognize that probable cause is a very low burden, certainly. I maintain significant concerns regarding the veracity of the complaining witness's statements here. I will note that she has not appeared. She appeared bizarrely for the probable cause conference on Zoom, but then has not made any appearances subsequently. So I do think that's concerning in terms of how this case moves forward, but that is not an issue before the court today. So with that said, I guess I will make a basic motion to dismiss for lack of probable cause, recognizing that that's incredibly low standard.
Thank you. I will response, Ms. Wilson.
Just a brief response, Your Honor. Mr. Palmer had stated that Ms. Pereira appeared by Zoom at the probable cause conference. I just want to correct, I believe that was actually the first preliminary exam, and that had to be adjourned because Officer Bricker was involved in a critical incident and was on leave at that time. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And she did appear by Zoom at my request, just to show the court that we do have contact with her. She is participating in the case. She's just simply not able to be here for the preliminary exam. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
All right, thank you. The standard is probable cause for the preliminary examination standard. Probable cause being the second lowest standard in criminal law, reasonable suspicion being a lower standard. It is the court's contention that based on the testimony of Officer Robert Bricker, along with ID made by Officer Forbes, retired Officer Forbes, that on or about, so the date is October 17th, 2023, at the venue location of the city of Lansing, Ingham County, location of 823 North Martin Luther King. An identification was made. So the elements of the offense have to be reiterated. They were all made through hearsay testimony that is allowable pursuant to 768.27C at preliminary examination as far as the case law goes. And Officer Bricker testified that there was an initial push, punched in the back of the head, choked or strangled from the defendant to the victim in the matter, which is Joanna Pereira, and applied pressure so that she was unable to breathe at a certain amount. And this was an excessive amount. I think the officer said under direct and cross, it was approximately 2 minutes in that realm. So I will find probable cause based on the evidence of Officer Bricker and Officer Forbes and the exhibits that have been admitted, exhibits 1, 2, and 3, and 4, which are all the photograph exhibits, that count 1 but is met at the probable cause standard in that the defendant did make an assault upon Joanna Pereira by strangulation or suffocation, contrary to rules of the state of Michigan. And I find probable cause to believe that count 1 has been met at a probable cause standard. Count 2, the misdemeanor will follow, along with the habitual offender third offense notice will follow to circuit court. And so I will make that determination that the people have met their burden of probable cause at this preliminary examination. Officer Forrest was testified today. And this is bound over as charged, really on count 1. Count 2 is the misdemeanor, which would follow, and the habitual offense notice will follow to circuit court. Anything else for the record in docket 2400200, Ms. Wilson?
Briefly, Your Honor, I believe that Ms. Wheeler is currently out under a PR bond. I understand that she has been to all the court hearings, and that, you know, she's proven that she's appearing at court. My concern here is that, you know, this case has now been bound over to circuit court. There has been a showing of probable cause that these offenses did occur. These are violent offenses. Ms. Wheeler does have previous assaultive offenses. I don't necessarily think that a PR bond is appropriate in this matter. And I think that there needs to be some kind of either cash surety or 10% bond, simply because now that the case has been bound over, there is a certain motivation here to either no longer comply or to, you know, otherwise interfere with the justice system. I think there needs to be some kind of assurances based on Ms. Wheeler's previous history and the current evidence that was before the court today.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer, response to a motion to modify bond.
Judge, I would strongly object to any request to modify bond. I'm not sure what that basis is, what the basis for that is. There's been no allegations of wrongdoing. Ms. Wheeler has not had any bond violations. She's appeared for court every single time she's been required to, which has been multiple times because of multiple adjournments. My understanding is that the complaining witness now lives out of state. So it's not as if this is a thing where Ms. Wheeler is going to be, you know, stopping by her house in an effort to contact her. She's not leaving the state. She hasn't violated the bond in any way, shape, or form. We've not even heard an allegation of a violation of the no contact. I don't know what it is. And notably, the complaining witness has not appeared to testify. The complaining witness, this case, I agree that there's probable cause, but the case was bound over on officer testimony under 76827C, not on direct testimony from the complaining witness. I don't know what has changed that, yesterday or last week, or even 5 minutes before this hearing started, bond was okay. Now somehow, because the matter has been bound over, it's not. I'm asking if the court maintain the same bond if and when there is some allegation of bond violation, we can address that, and certainly people can make the request to have bond increased, but I don't think in and of itself, there's any basis to change that bond this time.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, a GPS was not ordered at the original arraignment. Is the complaining victim out of state?
She is currently out of state, that is correct.
So the complaining victim being out of state, and are you requesting any additional no contact orders? Because there is a no contact order with Ms. Pereira.
That's correct, Your Honor, and I believe there's also a PPO. There was a violation hearing that occurred prior to these charges being issued. But yes, there is a no contact order.
Okay, all right. So based on the fact that Ms. Wheeler has shown up at every hearing thus far, I'm not going to modify the magistrate's PR bond, although it does appear to me, at least, to be a fairly PR bond on an habitual third on a domestic seems to be low. But Ms. Wheeler's shown up and has appeared in every indication so far. There is a continued no contact order with Ms. Perea and no out-of-state travel pursuant to this case. And with that understanding, I'm going to deny the motion to raise bond and request any request to modify bond, and we'll keep bond as is. Mr. Palmer's right. If there is a no contact order violation or any out-of-state travel concerning this issue, that can be readdressed in circuit court. So I deny bond modification. And I will sign the documentation accordingly. Anything else for the record in docket 24-00200, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people, thank you.
Mr. Palmer?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Your time in district court is done. This case is bound over as charged to circuit court, and you'll get your next date in circuit court from Mr. Palmer, your attorney, all right?
Thank you.
All right. That's all for the record in file 24-00200.
Yeah. Absolutely. You call me. All right, take it.
Regarding Mr. Hodges here, he's indicated he's getting a bit busy and they have him over and to sit down.
All right. He can sit down.
Yeah.
He can go. All right, thank you.
We're gonna be fine just sitting there and not having to worry about staying busy.
That should be all set. And then you have Mr. Hodges.
Yes.
Judge, could I just have like 30 seconds?
Absolutely.
I just need to write some contact information down for my client.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you want the transcript?
Yes, please.
Then Ms. Wilson, I'll hand you back the exhibits
Oh, thank
on
you.
the previous file.
Oh.
I know, I can never find it.
Correct.
That's my understanding.
Then Mr. Milks is this afternoon.
That is correct. I
Okay.
believe Mr. Palmer will be popping in,
All right.
but he has matters in 30th, so he'll
All
be gone.
I don't think we've started. Have we started that?
We've started it, we,
I know we adjourned for discovery.
part
and
of it was
to
adjourned for
decide what Video
discovery.
issue,
Yeah,
videos.
we tried to get in the summary, and it just wasn't working.
Right.
So yeah, I think this afternoon, we're literally just playing videos,
Okay.
so it'll be thrilling.
She's lying, Judge. It's not gonna be-
She's right.
I'm trying
I-
to stay
well,
optimistic.
That was not a sincere trying. All right, so we're on the record. Mr. Palmer, did you have a chance to speak with Mr. Hodges? concerning-
Judge, I did. I went downstairs and saw him this morning as I was waiting for the matter to be called. So yes, we're still on board.
All
This
right.
will be a waiver.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01458. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Martin Hodges. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Robert Palmer, the Public Defender's Office, on behalf of Mr. Hodges, the gentleman who's seated to my right. And if the court is okay with it, he's not seated because he's being disrespectful. He's got some balance and dizziness issues, and if we could leave him seated, I would prefer that.
Absolutely. And sir, you are Martin David Hodges, is that correct? Okay, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, and I believe this is gonna be a waiver of the exam.
All right, and Mr. Palmer, is that a correct statement? This is a waiver of the preliminary examination. Negotiations are to continue.
That's correct.
That's correct, Your Honor. I will say that Mr. Hodges has has 3 pending felony matters coming out of the 54B District Court for East Lansing. Those are scheduled for exam tomorrow, and those, my understanding is that those are also going to be waived. There is a tentative, although I suspect it will change or be modified or further negotiated, but there's a tentative plea offer, wherein this case would essentially be dismissed in its entirety. He's going to be entering a plea, or would be offered to enter a plea on a possession of methamphetamine case. Or that's, I think, stemming from one of the charges coming out of 54B.
That's correct, Your Honor. There are multiple cases going right now. Our original offer was to plead to a 54B case that was a possession of methamphetamine with forfeiture of items that were seized in this file as well. Since making that offer, there was another charge that was issued. I don't know whether that charge is going to impact the offer that was already made. I have made Mr. Palmer aware of it. I believe Mr. Foreman, who is the defense attorney out in 54B, is aware as well. So we all kind of know what's going on, and we're just kind of negotiating based on the information that we have.
All right, so we're looking at continued negotiations and a global
Long story
resolution.
short, yes.
Yes, that's absolutely correct, Judge.
All right. May I inquire of Mr. Hodges of his waiver of the preliminary examination?
Of course, sir.
You understand that you have a right to a preliminary examination. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by attorney Robert Palmer, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is my understanding it is your wish to waive your right to a preliminary examination today with negotiations to continue concerning the other files. And you would be moving this on to circuit court. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination? Okay, Ms. Wilson, do you also waive your right to preliminary examination?
The people unconditionally waive their right.
All right, I find the waiver of the preliminary examination to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and I will provide the documentation to be signed by the parties.
But I want to make sure you. Yeah. I guess. Just, this is basically.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
More time, more fun.
So I'm in possession of the bind over documentation on docket 2401-458 that's been signed by the parties. I'll indicate that the examination has been waived on today's date, which is May 30th, 2024. Anything to come to the court's attention before I sign bind over documentation, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Palmer?
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
I will sign the documentation. So, Mr. Hodges, your time in district court is done. You'll be on to circuit court where the case is to continue. It sounds like with some other files. Please keep in contact with your attorney, Robert Palmer. He will provide you with the next date in circuit court. Okay, sir? Right. Anything else for the record in docket 2401-458, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Palmer?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're all set, sir. Thank you for your appearance today. All right, and then we have Mr. Woodley this afternoon
Yes.
with lots of videos.
It's gonna be awesome.
It's thrilling.
It's gonna be awesome and thrilling. I'm not gonna hold you to either one of those descriptions.
Well, the best part is I'm gonna be here for about 15 minutes
Yep.
and then I'm leaving because I have to go cover a whole bunch of stuff in JMO's court.
So, Mr. Palmer, what you're telling us is that you're leaving us with Mr. Milks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, unsupervised.
Mr. Milks is unsupervised in front of this court
Who's
and
probably not taking his ADD
Right.
medication.
Oh,
You know, I don't
That's
know.
That
gonna
means
go really well.
puns will be flying.
Yes, funds
Yeah,
will be
puns
fun.
flying.
I'm gonna go back to the office right now and I'll spend the next, I don't know, 2.5 hours or so getting them riled up and ready for you guys. Then you guys can have them this afternoon.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr.
I think
Palmer.
that's agreeable. That's just malicious.
I think it's really funny.
Yeah, well, down in Judge Ward's court. The funny part is Milks and I our offices are right next to each other. We're good friends outside of work
Right.
and everything. And down in Judge Ward's court, we were down there this morning and she said, "You guys are always together." And he said, "Yes, we're heterosexual life partners." And so that's essentially what
The
they.
kind of thing that comes out of Mr. Milk's mouth that you just can't
Yeah,
stop. Right.
yeah, but yes, he will be here. The client will be here.
All right.
We'll be ready to roll.
See you this afternoon.
Yeah, take care.
I suppose it's a waiver.
None.
No.
This one's not.
And then I think I have an interview at 11:30.
Yes,
You do.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
People of the State of Michigan versus John Woodley. So the parties please introduce themselves for the record. Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Milks.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Milks on behalf of Mr. Woodley. Mr. Woodley is present and standing to my right.
And sir, you are John David Woodley III, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have my witness here today. I believe we're ready to proceed.
All right. With that understanding, Mr. Milks, I'm assuming you want a motion for sequestration?
I do, Your Honor. I don't think it's necessary, but yes, Your Honor, I would like that. And as a just kind of a little housekeeping matter, Your Honor, if that's okay.
Sure.
Speaking with the prosecutor in this matter, we're thinking, because there's several days that this goes through, Your Honor, we were thinking that each day that she would do the direct for the day and then I would do the cross, it might be a little bit easier, not only for us to keep track, but maybe the court as well, just so it's not this disastrous sort of.
Right. For organizational purposes, that makes sense to me.
If that's okay. Okay.
Yeah. So at the party's request, we'll do a day at a time.
Yep.
In this. And then both litigants know that you know the case better than I do. So if you see anybody who comes in the court who should not listen to anybody else's testimony, let the court know and I'll invoke the sequestration at the time.
Thank you.
All right. Without anything further.
I do have
Pre-trial.
just two.
Two.
I believe we previously agreed that we were just stipulating to the foundation for the videos.
All right.
To the videos coming in themselves, yes.
Yes, right,
Right.
yeah.
For preliminary examination, we'll skip to the foundation for the videos. And then, so you'll have to tell me which exhibits.
And then, I'm sure the court sees my lovely little poster board here.
I do, that's for demonstrative purposes.
It's for demonstrative purposes. My intention here is, as we go through, to keep track of the values the witness is saying for everybody's clarity, because otherwise we're not going to be able to get through
Right.
this.
I understand.
Yeah.
Mr. Milks, if you have any questions concerning the board or the witness's indication, we'll just leave it for cross-examination.
Yes.
During the purpose, but I understand the demonstrative purposes of the aggregate value as we go forward.
No, I think that makes sense, Your Honor, especially since for purposes of prelim, at least, she only has to get over $1,000.
Correct.
Correct. So yeah, we understand that, and I can see everything that looks good, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Wilson, if there's anything, if there's not anything else, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Diane Witt.
All right. Did we previously call Diane Witt?
We said yes.
All right. Also, so Ms. Witt, let's, I know we previously called you, but let's start from scratch today. Please state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record.
Diane K. Witt, DIANE KAYWITT.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. You can project to the back as best you can, and the microphone is for the court recorder purposes.
Okay.
Ms. Wilson, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Witt, just to kind of refresh everybody's memory, you work for Asset Protection for Quality Dairy, is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you previously testified that part of your duties are reviewing secured camera footage for potential thefts in the store.
Correct.
Okay. And I believe previously you had testified that you had about 6 months of experience at the time of the incident we're here today.
Right, but I was looking at the dates or had the dates wrong in my head. It was a year and 6 months.
It was a year and 6 months. Okay. So I guess I'm gonna jump into some of the videos here.
All right, it's my understanding that you previously testified to that this all occurred, all these videos occurred at the same location venue. You've identified the defendant and date of the dates
The
involved.
date range, I believe,
Yeah,
yes.
Which
Yeah.
is July to August, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm. Okay. So I'm gonna start with, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. My notes are on here for where I need to start things. Is it possible for me to send it to the court to print it off real quick.
You can send it to Wendy.
Yes.
Your notes to print.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Just 1 second.
That would be the Word document.
It's a Word document, yeah. And it's strictly for my purposes.
I don't know what that means. Yep.
The waiting.
It's in the
It's in the space.
that we use.
I apologize, Karen.
Between Abby and I is apparently longer than one. Okay.
You're all
I
set.
apologize, Your
You
Honor.
can-
All right. Where can I- So Ms. White, I want to start first with talking a little bit about the security system setup. Is this format familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, just for purposes of the record, is there a number with this exhibit?
No, I don't think we've marked it.
Okay.
So this looks like an overhead view of the counter. And this is an exhibit. This is just for
I'm going to
familiarity.
get into it. So yeah, it will be an exhibit, yes.
All right,
When we stipulate that this is the,
People's one.
that this, I guess, yeah, People's
Yeah.
1/7/4/2022.
Yep.
And that this is video from that day, I guess.
all right. So this will be People's Exhibit 1 from July 4th, 2022. Number 1 from July 4th, 2022. All right, and that, do you have a general jump drive?
Yeah, I do,
All
yes.
right, all right. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that exhibit stipulated to, is that
Yes,
correct?
it
All
is,
right.
yeah.
So motion to admit People's Exhibit 1 is granted, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Witt, can you describe a bit how, you're able to manipulate the picture on the screen?
Okay, with the mouse pad in that, you can zoom in on the areas that you need to get to.
So just for the record, I'm scrolling in on
Yes.
my
you-
mouse.
Yep, and when you want to get closer to like the area that something's at that you want to watch, you can actually slide. See how it moves around. You can move it around and then zoom in more onto the area you want to get to.
Okay, and this is a function that you have on your system when you're reviewing footage?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna start here at minute 5:15:55. And I'm going to zoom in here on the counter.
Yeah, she's standing right there.
No. She been dying, but she had a back that was growing in back.
Yeah. She snapped that one happened today? No, I actually have a lumbar injury. I got. Oh. Oh wait, yeah, you did miss a day of work because of. Yeah.
I know there was something going on.
Yeah. Would you like me to get this out of here for you? If you could, that'd be cool. First time I've been down, it hurt. Do you have a timer on here? Yeah. I don't know how many minutes is left though. I know Aaron said it's like 12 minutes. 12ish. And I did it over. Yeah. What Daddy's gonna make it. What other list? Oh, you want over here? That was morning. Oh, Mr. Dimple. We need to do the barricades like they said on the back.
No, well, I think we need a corner dude. That's what I'm scared of. We need
Oh,
a corner.
Dan should be coming in, right? Dan's coming in at 8.
Nobody.
At 8. Oh, no, he needs to get that thing up and running by 2, otherwise he gets yelled at. So you need to constantly be checking on him being and yelling at him. Because if that does not get up and running, we're screwed for the whole day. Because we only have one person in there, if one person in there all day. Right.
I did it on that, but it should come down probably over there, right? Right, you may proceed, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Demolished. No, it already is demolished from last night. Oh yeah, I know, I heard. Juan told me, I'm like, no. No, they didn't send us anything. I put the new papers out and they didn't send anything. So the old papers are up there, but.
Yeah, I know. Even older.
Yeah. They didn't do, I guess they're not even supposed to buy one.
Oh, it's
Okay.
Hang on, I apologize, Your Honor. So I'm just moving over and I'm gonna backtrack a bit. 2 minute 5:17:08.
I missed your nibble. You need to do the barricades like they said on the back. Oh, Dan should be coming in, right? Dan's coming in at 8. At 8. Oh, no, he needs to get that thing up and running by 2, otherwise he gets yelled at. So you need to constantly be checking on him being and yelling at him. Because if that does not get up and running, we're screwed for the whole day. Because we only have one person in there, if one person in there all day. Right. Demolished. No, it already is demolished from last night. Oh yeah, I know, I heard. Juan told me, I'm like, no. No, they didn't send us anything. I put the new papers out and they didn't send anything. So the old papers are up there, but.
Yeah, I know. Even older.
Yeah. They didn't do, I guess they're not even supposed to buy one.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm just gonna pause briefly at 5:18:45. Ms. Witt, as part of the security system, are you able to modify the speed at which the video plays?
Yes.
Okay, and are you able to make it at a lower speed than? Okay, so for the record, I'm just gonna reduce the speed on this down to 1.5. Zoom in. And playing at minute 5:18:45.
Just so you know, when you do go down to low
Objection,
speed,
Your Honor,
though,
there's no question at this point.
Yeah, so I'd wait to be asked a question. So when it's just wait to be asked a
sorry.
question. No worries. So objection sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Witt, do you see a bill there in Mr. Woodley's hand?
I do.
And are you able to tell the denomination of that bill?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is kind of what we were getting to originally, that the court is just as able to see what's going on the screen. The witness would be essentially offering opinion testimony here, which the court is in the same position as the witness at this point to determine what can and cannot be seen. Having her testimony come in or testifying about this, I think would require special lay witness testimony or some sort of knowledge that would not also readily be available to the court, or at least the trier of fact as well.
Response?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Ms. Witt is in a better position than the rest of the people in this courtroom, as she does testify that she does have, at least at the time of this incident, 1.5 years of experience in asset protection. So she is rather familiar with, denominations and reviewing them on security footage. So I do think that she is able to say what she's seeing on the video.
If I may, Your Honor, I'm sorry. One thing I will concede here is her opinion testimony, I think, could be good to help us understand what the drawer denominations might be. That might take a certain specialized knowledge. But here, and I don't think the prosecutor would disagree with me, we're just looking at the bill. So it doesn't matter how long she's been able to look at security cameras before, the court as well as the witness are both in the same position at this point.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. I'm gonna allow it to come in. The witness can testify as to what she indicates is the type of bill, and whether it's persuasive enough to convince the court's another thing, and that'll be towards the credibility and the weight I give it. But I'm going to allow the witness to testify. Whether that whether that adds up to my own perception of what I see is another thing, okay?
Just to save time, Your Honor, I'd like to make a continuing objection if she's going to tell us what the bill is, just for efficiency purposes. I don't want to have to jump up each time, Your Honor. I'd just like
Right.
to note that for the record. I
All right,
appreciate it.
all right. So the objection is overruled, and the objection towards every indication of what the bill is by the witness will go on as overruled. But I understand the nature of the objection and the longstanding objection to the description of the bill.
Thank you.
Response.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Witt, are you able to identify the denomination of that bill?
Not from here. Can I? Go on. Okay. So when we're watching video, we listen to it. We also listen to what denominations did they say they were giving them or how much. We look to where they're putting it in the drawer. We also look at how much was the sales receipt. So we know all these before we make any decisions of what's happening.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Are there sale receipts?
Huh?
Are there sales
We
receipts?
didn't print them off because I didn't know, we've never had them until she had asked just recently, and we don't go back that far. Other words, there would have been yes.
So there's no sale receipts.
So they existed at one point, they no longer exist, is what I am understanding.
That's my understanding, that there was discovery and it no longer exists.
And for the record, I am not intending to ask Ms. Witt about what she saw in those receipts.
Okay.
She just mentioned that there are receipts.
And at which point I mean, I don't know how to make that objection, because if that's going to be part and parcel of her testimony, we don't know what parts she used from the receipts, what parts she used from listening.
I think that goes towards the weight of the testimony.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would go out towards the confirmation and weight of testimony. But I think the prosecutor would indicate that they're not using the receipts, and there's no discoverable receipts available.
And again, I would just object, Your Honor, because she's discussing evidence that the defense has not been able to procure, nor has the prosecutor been able to procure. And I know the prosecutor's been asking, but I'd object on those grounds. It's just under at least the best evidence rule.
All right, thank you. So at this time, my understanding the weight of the testimony and cross-examination, but I'm going to overrule the objection, and Ms. Wilson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So to clarify, Ms. Witt, as you're sitting here in the courtroom today, looking at the screen, you can't positively identify the denomination of that bill. But you recognize that as American currency, is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Okay, and through your experience in asset protection, what is the lowest value of a paper bill in American currency?
$1.
$1. So that bill right there is at least of $1 value.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to play at minute 5:18:52. and I'm pausing at minute 5:19:47. Now, Ms. Witt, in reviewing that footage, did you see where Mr. Woodley put the bill?
Yes, he stapled it to a piece of paper.
Okay, and
He stapled it to a piece of paper.
where did it go after that?
He had it in his hand still.
Okay, at any point, did you see him put it in his pocket?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. Okay, and I'm gonna stop at minute 5:19:59. Did you see where the money ended up at that point?
He had set it over on the counter and then I couldn't see it was moving, so I couldn't see.
Okay, I'll move on from this one. All right, and I'm going to increase back to normal speed. And start at minute 7:07:20.
Like I said, now, I ain't lived on this side for 7 years. And crashing the borderline. Should be all right.
Okay, that's right. I'm just pausing at 7:09:54. Did you observe Mr. Woodley open the cash register?
I did.
And did you observe him put a bill in the cash register?
Yes.
And were you able to tell which slot in the cash register that went in?
Sorry, I wasn't looking that close at it.
Okay, I can replay
Sorry.
it. That's okay.
I was watching all the movement around it.
That's okay. I will zoom in a bit and replay it.
Feature to just rewind like a few seconds, or do you have to drag
It
everything?
only lets me back up certain now.
I was gonna say, I can go back little by, I mean.
Yeah.
You have to actually move it.
I can even.
Yeah, I can move it
Yeah,
little by little,
yeah.
because
I don't know
even
there's
if,
a simple way or.
I don't know if I'm able to, but if she goes over to to the left-hand side, there's an arrow on the bottom.
This one?
Over to the left. One more. right there, that goes just little bit by little bit.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
All right, that's all right, I said that.
That's okay.
You were fine. That was actually very helpful.
Process along.
Just-
So let's see. I don't know if this was any faster actually. But...
And also, if you put it where your mark is, if you roll it up, it'll go spread out.
Okay, so I'm just gonna play for minute 7:08:46. Okay, and I'm pausing at 7:09:39.
That was the 10.
That was so. Let me back up a second. QD cash registers, are they all set up the same?
Yes, it goes ones, fives, tens, 20s, and then we have our hidden $2 bill on the left hand side or underneath the ones.
Okay, and the slot that you just observed that bill go into, that was the $10
Sure, yes.
slot? Okay.
Over 7 years. I've been to speed class in the borderline. It should be all right.
All right, and the cash that just came out of that side of the drawer, what denomination is that side?
That was once.
Ones, okay. And were you able to count the number of ones that you saw there?
I at least got 9.
At least 9, okay. And did you see where the cash went that time?
It went in his pocket.
Went in his pocket. Is that the proper place for that cash to be?
No.
Was he ever given permission to put it there?
No.
Did you ever see that money come back?
No.
Okay. So turning to my demonstrative exhibit here. So. Okay, and I'm pausing at minute 7:10:01. Are you familiar with what those items are that he just put on the counter?
I didn't see.
Didn't see, okay.
No, sorry. I knew we grabbed something off of it, but.
All right, so I've backtracked to minute 7:09:54. Do those look at all familiar?
Not right
No.
offhand, no.
Oh, that's all right. All right, and I'm starting at minute 8:53:52. Oh, it just jumped ahead. Okay, so I'm gonna jump ahead to minute 9:58:04. Or minute 9:57:33.
I will, I don't have a problem. Okay.
I apologize, Your Honor, I went past where I needed. All right, minute 9:53:52.
She hit me so hard, I didn't see. Do you look at, do you see that car? It's just a dent on the. Hello, beautiful. To look one too. Carrie, yeah, you kept saying, oh, this car costs a lot of money. Nice saying.
And I'm pausing at minute 9:54:11, and I'm just going to hit rewind at half speed real quick. Okay. Can you see the outline of that bill?
The outline, yes.
Yes, and can you see the outline of the face of the bill?
Yes.
And does that look familiar to you?
We don't usually go by that. like,
No.
basis, no. sorry.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move ahead to minute 9:59. Or minute 9:58:46. Sorry, I'm just pausing. I realized I didn't increase the speed and turn the sound back on. Right.
Stop. I hope you do. That's right. Stop. You guys didn't have no 357s the last time I was here. But maybe you got something else. They're yellow. It comes in a box. What it is, honey, is caffeine. Oh, caffeine. It's in a box. Maybe that's what caffeine tablets. Oh, do you guys got 357s now? No, we only have the no. Yeah, there we go. Yep, that's what you guys showed me. Yeah, that's a Toyota Super. Oh, see, I don't know my cars. Yeah, like, it's a $100,000 car. No. 70,000, he said. He's like, they're not gonna fix it. It's not drivable. Oh, God, don't worry. They're gonna put a new door on it. And they're gonna pop that in out, and they're gonna paint it, repaint it. Yeah. Right. So, this is when I put a little right burn. Hey, come kick her butt. Well, we were gonna have her come in early. You know what? Can I also grab your cheapest player? A little Asian white burn. Oh. I just got a couple. I don't have a mortgage, man. I knew what I got. Oh, the bill. Going up to my. What? Oh, yeah. I'll do it. I can take you this morning. Really? I'll be broke. Where's your cigarette list? Oh. Go away. Yeah. Hope your work goes fast. Oh, thank you. I hope it does too. Okay. Yeah. Quit going to the way.
Okay, and I'm pausing at minute 10:46. Did you just hear, Mr. Woodley speak on that?
Yes, 8:25.
8:25, okay.
So is it 10:00:46?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. What did I say?
10:46.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, 10:00:46. And.
I know it was like a natural reaction.
You're like, oh, paper, let me throw that away.
Right. Then the ones I saw that didn't even stop. Everything else stopped up.
L&M, 100, just red.
I know he stocked them up and he said a lot of stuff that we don't, like, we don't have. You know what I'm saying?
How can I get over there? No, I'm okay.
All right, and I'm pausing at minute 10:01:14. Where did Mr. Woodley put that money?
He put $8 in that white, ice cream cup.
Okay. And pressing play.
Thank you. Thank you.
And stopping at 10:01:21. Did you see where it went after that?
Yes, he took it and put it in his hand and then he put it in his pocket.
Okay, and is that the proper place for that money?
No.
Did he have consent from the store to take that money?
He did not.
Did you ever get that money back?
No.
Okay.
I don't think the witness said how much it was.
825.
825?
Is
Yeah,
what
but I
he
don't-
said the value was. or the
Value was,
amount
but he only
was.
put the $8 in the white cup.
Okay.
That's all I saw was $8.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't see any change.
I didn't either.
All right, moving forward to.
$10:31:50.
Like, rip your shirt off. Oh, yeah, me too, okay. I'm gonna be right behind you, okay? 239, you out of your mind? I think these guys are all going on a break, probably. Listen, I ain't worried about you, okay?
Right.
And I can sold the car, no, I can't.
There you go, you want one? Yes. Dollar grocery not there?
Yes, I believe so, yes, after Mark, after, thanks, have a good day. Brown bag right there? I'll just fill him up a brown bag for me. Hey, Lamar, popcorn, we're just doing $1 non-taxable? Here, look at that, I'm just gonna fill him up a bag. Got popcorn popping in there.
Right, that's all I eat. Oh, yeah, thanks. Many a big boxes there, start bagging and sticking it in there.
All right, have a good day. Lamar's coming back, isn't he?
You get a basket, line it with a trash bag, and stick them all in the cart.
That's perfect.
Cart back there.
That's perfect. They're doing it? Okay.
Well, I gotta go in the cooler.
No, not now.
Oh, thanks.
Right? Oh, no, well, now, yeah. They don't take long.
I know.
Where's the thing for the front?
Were you able to see how many bills that customer just handed Mr. Woodley?
I did. I was watching Whitley's.
Okay.
See, when we watch it like over and over, so we
Okay.
kind of watch different things.
play in reverse for a second.
Got popcorn popping in there.
Right, that's all like it. What's up? Oh, yeah, thanks. They're still not found out. Give me a big box and just start bagging, sticking it in there. Yeah, sure. All right.
Have a good day.
You said this for her? Yeah.
Lamar's coming back, isn't he?
Mark, you know what? You get a basket, line it with a trash bag, and stick them all in the cart. That's perfect. Cart back there. That's perfect.
They're doing it? Okay.
Well, I gotta go on the cooler. No, not now. Oh, thanks. All right. Oh, no, well, now, yeah. They don't take long. I know.
Where's the thing for the front of this right here?
All right, pausing it. 10:34:15. Were you able to see at that time? Six. Okay. And going back to our conversation earlier, do you recognize those bills as American currency?
Yes.
And the lowest value of American currency is one?
$1.
Yes. Okay. And playing at 10:34:15.
None that. Put a date or everything will be open. Everything good? Yeah, we already said that.
Calm down.
Oh, yeah. Be careful out there. They got me triple flag on. Oh, be careful out there. People feel the 90s. Right. You got a point card? Oh, no, point card. No, oh, yeah. Right, go ahead. Did it come up?
And I'm pausing at 10:35:22. Now, those $8 that the customer handed Mr. Woodley, did you see where those went?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I thought it said it was $6.
Was it six?
Yeah, there were
Oh,
six.
six, I apologize then.
I mean, I seen 6 bills.
Okay.
Yeah, it was $6.
The 6 bills that you saw the customer handed Mr. Woodley, did you see where those went?
Yes, in his pocket.
In his pocket. And again, that's not the proper place for them?
No.
He didn't have permission to put them there? Never saw it again? Okay. All right, for the date of 7/4, that's all I have, so I believe we're moving on to Mr. Milk's cross. for
All
that
right, so
day.
cross-examination for July 4th, 2022.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. How are you?
How are you?
Good, thank you. just for clarification, when someone pays cash at the QD, there would be a receipt of that transaction. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the system, I assume, would also store it in the computer files as well. Is that correct?
It does for a year. We have changed systems since then.
Now, you began investigating this back in 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
So well within a year of this time. Is that right?
Mhm.
Sorry, is that a yes or no?
Yes, sorry.
And you knew you were preparing all this information for the purposes of a future criminal trial, correct? Or prosecution, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you did not store that information or keep those records of the receipts?
No, anytime we've had one of these, all they wanted was the video.
But you did create a compilation of figures, is that correct?
Right. Correct, sorry.
So you knew enough to at least keep a record of the figures, but you did not keep a record of the receipts?
No, because we turned this over to them immediately.
Who's them?
To the Lansing Police Department.
Did you hand over receipts to them as well?
No.
Did they request receipts as well?
No.
Can we go back to 7:10?
I will get as close as I can.
Thank you.
7:09:47.
Yes, here.
Ready?
Yes.
Should be all right.
Can you back up? And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm asking you to back a little bit. You can drag it back like 7:08 if you don't mind.
That's fine.
So we're starting at 7:07:20. Until he comes in soon, it's okay. Sorry, I'm asking her to speed it up at this point, just gonna move things. All right, good pause. Can we go normal speed? All right, and starting again at 7:09:34.
Like I said, man, I ain't lived on.
All right. All right, ma'am, did you just see that we're at 7:09:38 right now, and you would agree that in the bottom, the lower portion of the screen, almost the center of the screen, is that that there was a transaction that had already occurred, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Yes, no, that's fine. The individual here in this screen, where I'm pointing right here, lower here, all right. He's already putting money into the register, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the customer just hand him the money, or?
He came from the back. So we also had a register in the back where they could buy stuff back there.
So there was register in the back, is that correct?
Yes.
And that must be where the customer originally handed my client money?
I'm guessing. I mean, I can't
So
make
again,
sure because I don't have both cameras up.
Okay, So we're guessing at this point as to kind of how much money was actually handed to my client?
Correct.
Okay. And can you just play again?
I was 7 years. I've been with teacher.
Sorry, thank you.
Is that enough?
And yeah, can you press play then?
Borderline. Should be all right.
All right, did, you saw him, my client pull money out of the register right there?
Yep.
And was that from the furthest right drawer? I'm sorry, in the cash drawer there, right? Is that from the furthest right-hand side of that
Yes.
drawer? Okay. And you would agree that that's the $1 position, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, can you hit play again? And did you see any bills you took out?
Put some up there first, and the last ones I counted 2 more that he added to the pile.
And did he hand those, or how much cash did he hand back to the customer?
You'd have to go back so I can see that.
Okay. Sure.
Should be all right.
So then there were some additional, you said $2 at least that were pulled out of the till, correct? And if I say till, that, I mean
That's-
register.
Yeah, I know,
is that
what you- yeah,
correct? Okay.
yeah, that's, I understand.
But you don't know exactly how much the customer had already given him, is that correct?
No,
So at least we know that it's $2 at a minimum, right?
that he pulled out of the drawer after he pulled the others out of there.
And when you say in the pool, that's the money that the customer gave him, is that right?
No, just before that, he was pulling ones out of there.
Correct.
You can see him, and then he pulled another 2 out of there.
So 4?
I'm not. Sorry, like I said, we could go back and.
Do you mind
so
backing
many.
up? Correct, but I'm showing that it's
Yeah.
9.
Okay.
Space car. Okay, you know,
See, he already has some sitting there.
yes, there is some sitting there. Is that from that amount from that is sitting on top of the register? Is you see that there? You already pointed that out,
Yeah,
correct?
yes.
That was money from the customer, is that right?
Hang on, this one.
No, I believe he pulled that because he brought up a bill. I'm trying to think the whole transaction start.
No, so we'll hold on real quick and
See?
Okay.
Right there, he had. That's where he put a 10 in there to begin with.
okay.
709.35.
709.35. And you're saying that
Like I said, man, I ain't lived on this side for 7 years.
ma'am, you're saying that was the 3rd spot.
Yeah.
Can you, looking at the cash, the register here, do you mind backing up 2, 3 frames? More.
Right there's one, the
Okay,
one
so
spot.
if you don't mind pausing, please. Okay, all right, and play.
On this side for 7 years. I've been with teacher.
Huh? The 3rd drawer.
You said,
Right.
it was a 3rd?
Yeah.
That he pulled a bill out of?
No, that he put it in, and then he pulled ones, after he did that, then he went to the outside one, and he was pulling up, he had a stack of ones, and he was pulling them out.
Okay,
Right now, he was.
so right now in his hands, you believe that that is $1 bills, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
and how many did he have in there? Did he pull out originally? Can you click play?
Borderline.
And did you see how much?
Slowly.
What's that?
I count it when they go back. Okay, now if you could go slowly, or, turn it forward.
So half speed.
Well, I just meant so you can see him when he pulls it out.
Okay.
That's how I count them. I can't count them backwards because like 7. And it looked like he had 2 more because he just pulled another one out and he had one in his hand.
Okay, all right. So you're saying that that was $9, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and is it ever is it ever been, or does it come about, I should say, where, let me start over. We don't know whose money he was actually using at that point, is that correct?
Right.
He could have paid for that gentleman's cigarettes or whatever the man was buying, is that right? My client could have paid for the customer's goods that he was purchasing that day?
He shouldn't have his own money out.
Okay, fair enough. He shouldn't have, but he could have. It may break policy, but it doesn't break the law. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Okay, so it could be my client paying for those goods right there, right?
I mean, without having the second screen up, I could say yes to you.
Okay.
Because we put more on one screen up at a time.
Okay. All right. Would you have found whether who handed him the money?
No.
All right. Minute 10:01. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah, we're at 10 minutes exactly.
Grab your sheet later. One of those Asian lights burning. All right. I don't have a mortgage, man. I need what I got. Oh, the bill. Throw it up to my. Which one? Oh, yeah. I'll do it. I should take care of this. Really? I'll be broke.
You remember on your direct examination, you indicated that it was $8 that you saw in the video today here?
Bills.
Bills, it was $8 and so it was 8 bills totaling $8. So
I mean, that's what I couldn't tell exactly with just what we have right now. I'm just going by how many bills that were passed.
Okay.
But like when we're watching this, you go by the receipts, you go by what you hear.
Right, the receipts we don't have, correct?
Right, but I'm
by
just
what
trying
you
to,
hear.
yeah.
Okay.
So.
And so you're less accurate in court today than you were when you were originally looking at this?
Right, because I don't have, can't hear it totally.
So if you originally wrote down that it was $6, would that be? That would be different than what you said here in court today.
I was just going off of counting what I.
But if you previously said $6, that would be something different than what you said today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. But when you wrote this up, you weren't under oath.
Right,
you
no,
weren't-
I
yes.
just was trying.
Correct.
Like I said, we watched so many different ways and so.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Okay, for purposes of impeachment, Your Honor, I'm showing. Ma'am, I'm showing you here 10:01 on July 4th. Do you see that? where I'm
Did you
pointing?
get it?
I did, Your Honor. I'm just wondering if we want to use the one without your writing
Oh,
on
yeah,
it.
that might work too.
That was previously admitted as an exhibit, but
Wait, I don't think it's been admitted yet. Because we're doing this here today, is that right?
I think we admitted it and then we decided that we weren't going to use it.
Okay.
So right now it's just being used for impeachment purposes. is that
Correct, yes.
Sure.
It's stated here. Oh.
Okay, all right, so you see what I'm looking at here, July 4th, correct?
Mhm.
And is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, and you see here at 10:01, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you put down that it was $6, is that right?
Correct.
All right, but today in court, you're testifying that it was $8, is that also right?
Yes.
Okay. no further questions, Your Honor, for July 4th.
All right, let's take a break. So that's in, do you have any redirect on July 4th?
Briefly, Your Honor.
All right,
yes.
go ahead.
So Ms. Witt, Mr. Milks had asked you whether it was possible that Mr. Woodley had paid for something for a customer. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So if a customer or if an employee pays for something for a customer and then takes the money that they used to pay for it back, does the store lose money on that?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So, so that's it for July 4th. And then we'll give the opportunity for parties to queue up July 5th, and we'll take a quick break for a phone call, I think. A phone call. All right, so we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes.
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All rise. All right, you can be seated, folks. You can have a seat, Alexa.
Aware. I'm aware. Yeah,
Use restrooms?
I'm aware.
All right, yep, you can feel free. Restrooms are on the first floor.
Yes.
Yeah, when you get off the elevator, they're gonna be here.
Yes,
You do,
yeah, you
yes.
absolutely do.
I'm sorry. It's on the first floor. Sorry.
Yeah, when you get down off the elevator, the restrooms are to your left.
Thank you. Yep. I'm aware. I'm real close with you right now.
What did I do?
You're just general
Doing my job?
presence,
That's
yeah.
fair, that's fair. No, I need to know where you're at.
Enjoyable seeing you both again this afternoon.
You don't mean it. The,
But you can't hear the sincerity in
Yeah,
my
there's no way we're
voice.
getting through everything today. And this is,
do you need to go back and talk to people?
so the issue is gonna be what QD wants with restitution. That's
And
gonna be the
I
issue.
agree with that.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're doing.
Because I mean, if they're willing to agree to an amount, then that's fine. I don't know if Ms. Witt has the authority to do that.
Okay.
I can ask her when she gets back.
Yes, we can, I mean,
Yeah.
if that's a way to.
Yeah, I mean, if it
resolve
ends this, then yes, please, but.
All right, all right.
Do you need to go to the bathroom?
I do.
Yep.
Wow, 5-year-old.
That's not the only thing of a 5-year-old you have. Let's talk about the brain, all right?
I didn't say anything. Which can I make it look like anyway? Sometimes I don't understand the world and people. I saw an article talking about, oh, apparently as both just a nod to it and then also a reveal of stuff, they're like, hey, what if we went and made a trailer for Wicked? For like a Wicked movie using only Wicked Lego minifigs and stuff. And I'm
That's
like,
not really a trailer then.
and I'm like, that's kind of neat. That's kind of interesting.
Then
And
make a
apparently-
Lego Wicked movie.
and people are looking at it going, and I see an article being like, people pan and say they're disappointed with this trailer that seems honestly kind of because the Lego minifig of the character played by Ariana Grande doesn't look like Ariana Grande. I'm like, what do you mean?
Probably because it's based on the original.
Also-
on one of the Broadway actors.
Also, because how much is any Lego figure supposed to really look like anyone?
They want her to have like the ponytail or something. I mean, come on.
Come on, it's a Lego figure.
Sorry about
I
that.
know,
you're
sorry,
totally
it's
fine.
not
Water
one for
polo.
me.
Sometimes it hits early from adult lady. It was like,
I'm sorry, your Lego minifig is not one-to-one Ariana Grande. It's a thing.
no, you're totally fine.
Hi, James.
So we're all done.
Oh, alrighty.
Everybody left.
Some people went to use the restroom.
All
Yes,
right.
I
I
do
figured
know
everybody needed a break and
Well, it's funny, Steve was trying to do that before. He goes, I have time before the judge comes in. And he stood up and you popped in. He goes, oh, I waited too long. You're so
James, I think we've probably got another hour and 15 minutes of this, and then we will probably reschedule. I don't see them. They're at
I mean, it sounded like there was
$23 right now.
It sounds like there was possibly some mention of some kind of solution
Right.
between council
I have one.
before the restrooms were done.
All right.
But
That
was questionable.
I have a keep it in district court kind of suggestion.
yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like this is relatively similar to our enjoyable time we spent running a full day jury trial over $6.
Yeah, this is,
Oh
you
my
know,
gosh.
With a proper defendant.
Oh, that's horrible,
yeah.
David.
What's horrible, David?
Or, sorry, Jason. I was reading an email from David. Sorry. Apparently
Okay.
multitasking is not on my,
Yeah. It's extra funny. The extra funny part about it is that, well, I mean, I guess the first extra funny part about it is that we kept having to reschedule it several times because he wanted an attorney, but didn't want to apply for or get an attorney. He wanted us to just pick an attorney and appoint them.
It doesn't work that way, does it?
And you might particularly appreciate this, Wendy. He called one day and told Shelley not to send him on a safari, and then it was Shelley's job to appoint him an attorney. So you can guess how well that went over.
yeah, sometimes I wish I could just,
Tell Shelley things.
no, just listen, because it's amusing.
Well, yeah, so then eventually we went, this is the day for the jury trial. If you don't show up, like, if you don't have an attorney now, we're running the jury trial anyways, because we already adjourned this over the city attorney's like objections once for you to get an attorney. And we won't be doing that again. And then in the middle of our felony docket, the Friday before, he called Miss O'Boyle's office and told her he was gonna be exercising his right not to show up. So she advised him of what the consequences may be. And then he didn't show up and a bench warrant was issued.
Imagine that.
And then he was picked up that same week. And oops, we were completely out of the office for the next 3 weeks because it was that holiday break where Judge Shelley and myself for like December were out of the office. So we came back to a very lovely voicemail from him about how much he enjoyed spending Christmas and New Year's in the Ingham County Jail over $6.
Oh, yeah, you can't win them all.
No. And he's got his time served.
Well, no, we still ran the jury trial over $6, and he ended up with far more than $6 in fines and costs over everything.
I'm sure he did.
And yeah, and it was just like, why? And it was like, I think honestly, at this point, this kind of just became a moment of Miss O'Boyle is not happy that she is being messed with. And it's just like, no, we're not. There's not an offer. If he wants to plead responsible, if he wants to plead, we'll take a plea. Otherwise, we're running a jury trial. I've had enough of this man.
So it got personal.
Not just, can you look up David Reed and see if he ever paid those kinds of costs? I would imagine he probably did. What?
REED?
Yeah.
Don't have anything open for him.
No, maybe he did.
I don't see anything anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, so that was fun. And then
That's funny.
almost ended up running a pro per jury trial on Monday.
You
This
guys have
coming
had some
Monday.
bizarre things happening.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had our mistrial last week. That was enjoyable. After spending a whole day on a jury trial and then only finding out it was a mistrial at like 4:40, 4:30, 4:45. Yeah, always silly. And it's like, no, I know exactly why I didn't go through mistrial just because when you reply to an email instead of forwarding the email, the attachments are lost.
That's true.
Sorry, there's a conversation Shelley is having about a specialty court referral with counsel. And for the reason the attachment didn't come through Shelley is because people are replying to emails. Because when you have like 8 people included on the email, it's easier to reply than it is to forward and put everyone's names back. But that does mean that you lose your attachments or have to put them on every time. You get a woman who but had a case, got a pretty good plea offer, and then had this moment where she was sitting here going, well, wait, what do you mean? Well, because the judge was going through the plea going, here are the possible penalties, here's the maximum possible sentence that could be done. Because part of the plea is that the judge is, as part of the plea, the prosecutor and the parties can recommend something. But the judge is the one who determines the sentence, and the judge is trying to.
Very true.
And the judge was trying to explain that is, I'm not bound by what the recommendation is. Yes, the recommendation is going to be no upfront jail, but I'm not necessarily, and that's very likely what the result is going to be. But I can't, on the record, go, oh yeah, I'm just I'm going to do that. I'm abdicating judicial decision-making to counsel or whatever. And she was sitting here going, I don't understand. I don't want to go to jail. I think it's important I get an attorney and consult my rights and blah, blah, blah. These things. Got a public defender. Didn't like what the public defender was telling her. Fired the public defender.
That's unfortunate.
Spent one or two adjournments going, but I can't pay for a private attorney. I'm having a hard time getting this stuff together. And eventually the offer was withdrawn because the city attorney's office was like, we're trying to work something out and you're making this difficult. So I guess now the offer is withdrawn. And it was, oh, hey, this is going to jury trial then. Everything was getting ready and you're looking to have a in-person jury trial.
Sarah Wilson is asking if you remember signing anything on a Lewis or on a Harry Jackson. I don't see that.
Who's Sarah Wilson?
She's a detective. When you were on call, I don't see where you ever received it or signed it. Would you like me to ask her to resend it to you, or would you like me to have her send it to Milmore who's on call?
She can send it to me. Just say, we never received anything from her.
That's what I'm saying. All right.
Is it a search warrant or arrest warrant?
Arrest warrant.
I don't know.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, so we're back on the record in docket 22-03321. We need the witness.
Yes, she's out in the hall. 1 second.
I move for dismissal.
Mr. Mills does have a duty to zealously represent his client.
I want protection from Abby at this point.
As long as this takes, I mean, I ain't got anything else for the rest of the day, so I try. Well, I think part of it all. Maybe do a bit more. Even when you do get one, you still have to be trained. It's fun. It's kind of interesting thing to plan those unexpected.
Who judges it?
That makes it easier to get. I think so. No judges are just great.
I thought that's a 7 to 14.
Think. Yeah, that's the week before my judges.
Yeah.
Let's go pretty close on the
12th and 13th. Oh, yeah, that's not a problem. All right, so we're back on the record in docket 22-03321. And Miss Witt is still under oath. Thank you for everybody for your patience. We had to field a phone call. Like the prelim may be going on, but life doesn't stop, it continues to go. And so we have to deal with life matters. So Ms. Wilson, we finished with, my understanding is we have finished with July 4th and we're on to the next date. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your
All right.
Honor.
You may proceed. And are we still using exhibit 1?
No, but I'm moving on to what will be People's 2.
Okay. People's exhibit 2 and what date is that for?
7/6.
7/6. And we have a stipulation as to foundation. So motion to exhibit People's exhibit 2.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Mills?
No, Your Honor, if I may, one very brief moment with opposing counsel.
I think so. Because I don't have my list. So.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, and no objections, same parameters, I think, as before, Your Honor.
All right, People's exhibit 2 and any critique you have of the exhibit can come through the weight the witnesses as to testimony. But we'll admit People's exhibit 2 is fair and accurate, and it is what it purports to be. And then Ms. Wilson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could have a second. It's
You may.
Loading.
Well, I've been preparing live stream here since 8:30 this morning, so I just think it's not going to give it to us. It's after multiple attempts. Not that I'm complaining, because I don't think we have to be on live stream unless anybody really wants to be compelled by this video testimony.
It's riveting. So I'm sure there are scores of people out there that are dying to see it.
I think you're being facetious.
Yes, for the appellate record, yes, that is sarcasm.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
All right, so we're on the record 24-03321, and we're on exhibit 2. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so I'm gonna start at minute 5:30:36.
Every time he comes in here, he tries to put something on my shirt. And then
Speak for a bit for time purposes.
And this is for the date of July 6th.
That is correct. And going back to normal speed at
I'm gonna walk all this way. Okay. I'm here for it. All right, good morning. Get you lunch. Yeah. There's already that fucking hospital. That came from the office. Yeah, put a bagel for a bagel. No. Something with the bagel.
No, going up, the reason why I say I wouldn't cook it.
This poor man's a patient. But I tell you about coming in early. No, you're on at 6, maybe 5:57. New monster cold brew thing. We're next to. Don't get that. Okay, but they're on the top left.
And I'm pausing at 5:34:17. Ms. Witt, did you see the number of bills that were just handed to Ms. Blakely? 5, okay. And press and play.
Those like gold cans.
Oh, yeah.
They're disgusting.
This is for my son and daughter. I just drink regular coffee. And, just we have been shit. Yeah, but that ain't.
And pausing at 5:34:45. Did you see where those 5 bills just went?
Yes, in his pocket.
All right, and did he have permission to put it there?
No,
Is that the correct place?
no,
Did the quality area receive that money again?
no.
All right.
Did we get them out?
Yes, 5 bills. Yes.
Okay.
Want me to go through? All right, just for record purposes, we discussed earlier that the smallest denomination in cash for American currency is 1, is that correct?
Yes.
And you identified those bills as American currency?
Yes.
And you saw 5 individual cash bills, is that correct?
Correct.
So the total there, if we're assuming that they're the minimum value would be 5, correct? Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I see what you're doing.
And I'm starting at 5:35:30.
Morning. I get 2 packs of Camel Menthol Silver. I don't know what they, I'm just like. Morning. How's it going? Guys got rearranged. Now I'm starting my 6 in a row. I'm a little late. For it.
I just pausing at 5:36:22. Your Honor, I know we've had some issues with other courtrooms hearing our video while they're going, but I think we do need to turn the volume up a little bit for this portion.
All right. So this portion, let's turn it up. We have a volume here. All right.
Listen, what is it? I'm in for it. Today's my start of 6 in a row. That day I took 16. Hey, you too.
And pausing at 5:36:40. Ms. Witt, did you hear Mr. Woodley say how much that item costs?
$3.99.
$3.99. And did you see how much change he gave the customer, or approximately how much change he gave the customer for what was paid?
Looks like a penny.
Okay, so if he's given coins back, how much would he have had to give if the total was $3.99?
A penny. What, I'm sorry.
Sorry, how much would the customer have paid with?
$4.
$4, okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I misphrased the question. And President.
And you have a good one. What's up? 14 minutes.
Okay, I'm pausing at 5:37:50. Now, that little machine down there in the corner, what is that?
It's our checkout.
And what does that do?
You put the money in, and if you don't need money back, it just goes in there, or if you need, you can buy money back too, up to the amount you put in there.
Okay, and is there a specific amount that is, that a specific bill denomination that's allowed to go in that?
You can put any denomination in
Okay.
there.
And now I'm at 6:37:57.
Thank you.